Hello, hello. Uh, Here we go. Hello, everybody. Oop. As always, JR here. Welcome everybody. Uh, let's see. Are they working? Hmm. Yep, some of them are. Hmm. I don't know if Oh, oh. Where's the? There you go. I'm sure. Where's the? Oh, there it is. Let me see. Why isn't the? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Over here trying to see. Trying to see where the new emotes are. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can see. Definitely have some new. Definitely have a little bit of a little bit of emotes for the chat if you would like to use any of those. But in a little bit of housekeeping, we got through um, we got through what was it, episode 4 and 3 last time. So we breaking down the Max and Chloe stuff from those episodes, which was pretty much uh, learning the whole Frank and Rachel thing, which which obviously got Chloe mad when we, had to tell her about it and show her the evidence for that. Uh, and then she had a obviously very angry. uh, so she she got really mad at Chloe and stuff. Chloe got mad at Max, obviously, doing a, which mostly her getting mad at Max isn't necessarily primarily um because of Max. It was pretty much um, being angry at Rachel and pretty much projecting that anger towards Max. Plus, it also didn't help that Max was wearing Rachel's clothes, so that pretty much kind of for Chloe kind of imprinted uh, Rachel onto Max, so that pretty much treated Max uh, like a Rachel stand-in, so that way she can, vent all her anger and stuff at uh, anger towards Rachel to Max, pretty much. And she did throw a little jab at Max, but she did immediately when Max like pushed back against her, Chloe dialed it back and apologized and stuff. So it's you know um hold on a minute. I'll be right back, real quick. Okay, I'm back. Um, so pretty much did that. Then with the photo that we got from Joyce, we ended up using well, discovering the that mm, Max has the ability to jump into photos, specifically photos that she is in is what she can jump into, because it was a picture of young Chloe and Max when they were on the day that William gets into his car accident and dies. So we pretty much jumped in there. Then uh, we prevented William from using his car to go pick up Joyce. Um, so he didn't wind up in a car accident because he wasn't in his car for it. Um, and then that ended up changing the timeline, and Max wound up in a timeline where yes, William was alive, but in William's place was Chloe getting into a car accident and ending up paralyzed from the neck down. So that happened, and then we ended up spending some time with her, learning the various differences that this timeline has, which is Chloe never meeting Rachel because of the accident happening. Um, you know, before she could even get a chance to meet Rachel. So that relationship never happened. And then what was it? The the fuck, what was it? The oop, I drawing a blank. Oh, anyway, so after learning the differences and then spending some nice quality time with Chloe, Chloe hits us with the thing of asking Max to give her an overdose of I believe it was morphine. One of the very few times that they actually state a drug. But in any case, so then we had to choose whether to accept uh, what Chloe is asking us or not. Um, which doesn't really matter too much because we end up using the same photo um, of young Chloe and Max to go back to the day William had his accident, and this time letting it happen. So we let his accident happen, let him die, which resets the timeline back, um, and then makes us get into the figuring out the truth about what what's happening with Rachel's disappearance and all that stuff. So from there, we got to piece together all the clues and everything, get the last bit of information, which is all this happening in episode 4 with the final investigation stuff. So we do that. We get information from Nathan. Uh, well, we get information from Nathan's room. We sneak into his room and steal some shit that he's hiding, and then we get to Frank to get some information from Frank, which goes well because we choose the right options and stuff, so that way he agrees to help us without anyone getting hurt, or in the worst case scenario, giving Chloe a bunch of guilt and PTSD from her potentially having to kill Pompidou, Frank's dog, and Frank himself if you get the worst possible outcome out of that conversation. If that conversation goes ridiculously badly, then Frank and his dog gets killed by Chloe, and then Chloe is in a very very dark place because obviously even though it was self defense, she still like killed a dog and a person, so that kind of would fuck with her for a while if you kept that going. But thankfully, we didn't. So we definitely saved Chloe from having to live with murdering somebody. Um, so so we finally end up figuring out all the clues from Frank's clues, from Nathan's clues, and from David's stuff. And then we figured out a barn. We went to the barn, found a hidden bunker underneath it, which was pretty much like a dark room, like have a sadistic like photo area and stuff to take pictures. Very creepy area. Found the red binders, the cabinet filled of red binders that were hinted at with Rachel's name on it, with Kate's name on it, and with Victoria's name on it, which the Victoria one being empty. So pretty much pointing to that Victoria is being set up as the next victim. So so we so we end up going to the party, which is being held with a bunch of like Vortex Club people, and since Nathan is part of the Vortex Club, Chloe is on the warpath because from what we saw in Rachel's binder, we were able to find where unfortunately Rachel's body was. So we find her body, discover that she was uh, clearly dead for a while. Uh, Unfortunately, this whole time. So so after a very sad, heart wrenching scene and performance from Ashley Birch with digging up Rachel's body and all that stuff, we head to the party. Chloe's on the warpath. She just wants to get to Nathan and well, she has a gun just in case, but no telling what she would do to Nathan when she actually got to him. But with Max there, hopefully not, wouldn't have shot him, but But we get to the party. We have the looking around for Nathan, can't find him. Max does find Victoria, and because in our playthrough we were killing Victoria with kindness and pretty much piecing, chipping away at her fake mask and performance that she puts on for everybody else, was able to get to her like sincere side and whatnot. So ended up warning her to like stay away from Nathan and stuff. Not explicitly saying that she's gonna be like the next victim here, but pretty much giving her a warning to so hopefully she doesn't become the next victim. Which since we were good to her, she takes our warning like seriously. So so there's that. We also visited Kate at the hospital earlier, so that was a nice little scene there. Um, and then since we couldn't find Nathan, uh, we meet up with Chloe and we all decide to like uh, to pretty much leave because it's like clearly he's not here, so we have to see if we could go somewhere else and probably find him. So we end up going to leaving the party. On our way from the party, out of the party, Jefferson announces Victoria being the winner of the Everyday Heroes contest. Uh, and then we finally leave, and as we're leaving, we get a text message from Nathan saying that there wasn't going to be any evidence of Rachel left. So we pretty much bolt to the back to the junkyard to make sure nobody messes, nobody can mess with Rachel's body and stuff, right? So we get there. Rachel's body's still there. Um, but Max gets stuck in the back of the neck with a needle, which is some type of sedative in it because she starts to get drowsy and starts to like uh, um, like starting to go unconscious. And right when she's trying to warn Chloe, Chloe turns around, gets shot point blank in her forehead, right between the eyes, and then obviously dying in the process. And then the big reveal that it was Jefferson the whole time, and that's pretty much where we left off with that. Um, but a big thing to note is um, a photo, a drunk photo that Warren took of Max when we were trying to get into the Vortex Club party. So that is certainly not going to become a very huge plot point. uh, but in any case, let's switch over. All right, let's see. Oh, whoops. Oh no, I can't see. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Alrighty. So, uh, we are going to be able to place Chloe and Max on the list once we get uh, past the final episode, Polarized. So once we move past Polarized here, then we will finally be able to put where Max and Chloe are going to land. I guess take your bets and guesses on where they're gonna be. so so pretty much open with Max and stuff being tied up in the chair inside the dark room, which is gonna get very uncomfortable and weird. Uh, so first of all, Max is just starting to wake up from her anesthetic. Nobody is, well, obviously uh, no new messages or anything. Pretty much look around. Nobody is even here except Victoria. So, oh, who? I get to see some. Oh, okay. You're talking about the guest appearances. Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I read up on that one. I know what you're talking about. Um. So we're able to at least bust Max's foot, one of her right foot, out of the duct tape, and we're able to push. Uh, no, I didn't see it when it first came out, but uh, I do know what you're referring to though, because when I was looking it up, it did mention that. Um, so we're able to push the 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 cart over with our free foot and get this photo to that was left on the cart. So we're able to focus in on the photo, so we could jump into when this photo was taken and see what's going on, which is gonna get very, very uncomfortable. So let's listen in and see how creepy. Um, Wait, Bo? Didn't you have season two? Because if you have season two, then wouldn't there be like five more episodes? Because you have eight for season one, and then you have five for season two. Oh, okay. you you forgot. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Um. So let's listen in to this to Max jumping into this photo, and we'll see how bad this gets. Time ability that was used once an episode. Hold on. I forgot the long loading that sometimes happens here. Going into it to go back to the past, you'll be doing that a lot in this final episode. So now this is mostly a cut scene, so I hold that stare there. Stay still. Do not really have to pick any real choices here. Oh, Max, you fucked up my shot. But please don't worry. We have all the time in the world. For now, I knew you were special the second I saw your first selfie. Yes, I still hate that word. But I love the purity of your own image.
Not like Rachel, who was always looking in the wrong places. Poor Rachel. Wait. Let me try this angle. Don't move! Much better. Thanks, Max. If only Nathan could see this setup. He tried so hard. But you can't just throw a few subjects around and expect a cohesive style or theme. But he had an eye for shadows and an eye.
All right, Bow. All right, Bo. I'll see you. I'll see you next time. Get some good sleep. Hopefully, you have a very pleasant sleep.
Eye for a whole lot more, as his elite family will find out, along with Arcadia Bay. Nice. Good. Oh, those eyes. It's just too bad you're so goddamn nosy, Max. But this room is under 24/7 surveillance, so all I had to do was text you from Nathan's phone, and you fell right into my hands. You really should have focused on schoolwork, not private detecting with your little friend. Chloe. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry that Nathan killed her in self-defense. But she had a troubled history like most Arcadia Bay dropouts. Nobody will be surprised. Or care. Though I promise, people will care when you die tonight, Max. I wasn't lying when I said you have a gift. Okay. Now this looks good. Maybe a few more close-ups. Max, please do not move so much. I need you posed and framed my way. Maybe a new dose will calm you down. Now don't move or this will hurt much. Stupid bitch! You just don't listen, do you? In fact, you never did hear much in my class. If you had, you might have seen all this coming. God damn, you are a fighter. I've had my eye on you, and I've noticed that you've been more fearless this week than maybe your whole life. Remember my number one rule. Always take the shot.
These opening parts so creep me out. Ugh.
Okay, so after that pretty uncomfortable scene, it's also pretty uh well, obviously we messed up the folder, so now we have more photos that we could another photo that we could jump into. Um, is oh is this where Rachel can? I mean Rachel. I mean, is this where Victoria can be? Where she actually talks?
Hey, Victoria, it's Max. Can you hear me? Max. Oh God. Where are we? Oh, what's happening? You've been drugged like Kate and me.
Do you remember how you got here?
No, I don't know. Wait, you warned me. You warned me about Nathan. Then I went to Jefferson for help and he was acting so weird. That's the last thing I remember. And I can't move my hands. Help me, Max. Please, I'm sorry for everything.
Listen carefully. Mark Jefferson kidnapped us. He's using Nathan as well. Jefferson is very dangerous, so we have to get out of here before he comes back.
Max, I just can't believe this is real. I don't want to die like this. I'm only 18.
Just hold on, Victoria. Nobody is gonna die. Anymore.
Max, what's going on? I thought you said Nathan was dangerous, but it was actually Mark? Mr. Jefferson?
I was wrong. I should have known that Nathan couldn't do all this on his own.
Do what? What's going to happen to us? Oh, please get us out of here.
I'm not going to let that asshole get away with this. I need you to be strong. I can't do this alone. We need to act while we're clear-headed. If he doses us again, we'll forget everything.
I'm not strong, Max. Look at me. Look what I did to Kate Marsh. Now she's in the hospital, and I'm here.
We're both here, okay?
I just can't believe this is happening. That Jefferson would do this to me. To us.
Victoria, we will find a way to escape. I promise.
Max, I believe you.
Thankfully, we are, we're, we were able to be, nice to her, so we built a nice little, little budding, friendship, you could say. One of the things I was going to say, before I let the Victoria scene play out a little bit is Jefferson switched to his like very evil voice where he's like so gleefully evil, chewing the scenery and all that stuff. Obviously, what was it? The VA was definitely having a ball doing that, clearly. Also, another thing to point out, because it's a very a point that bears repeating, is Jefferson was never a serial killer before killing Nathan. Because if Jefferson, if the whole point of drugging these girls and taking these pictures was to kill them afterwards, then I present to you, why is Kate alive at the beginning of the game then? Because Jefferson already did the whole photos and doing all that already before the game even started. So if the whole point was to kill the victims after doing that, then why was Kate alive this whole time? at the beginning of the game. So clearly his MO with all of his victims is he would drug them to the point where obviously they can't remember anything, which is why Kate had no idea what even happened to her. So he would heavily drug them to make sure they can't remember anything, and then he would pretty much let them go afterwards. Because from Kate's own admission, she said the next thing she remembers is that she woke up in, I think she woke up in front of her dorm once everything was said and done. So clearly that's what he does. It's obviously not until Nathan Nathan's unhinged nature, where Nathan initiated a bunch of fucking up stuff going on. so clearly once cracks in Jefferson's plan starts to happen, and the potential of him being found out and stuff, that is why he starts resorting to killing at that point, is to make sure he doesn't get caught. So before that, everything was working fine. He was pretty much like a very creepy like hunter, where he would stalk his victims, capture them, and then once he got what he wanted, he would release them back. That was his MO for the longest. And we know it was a MO for a while, because there was a lot of names on a lot of red binders and a lot of different names on those binders. So there that goes. So now we jump into this next photo, which is also going to get, well, to be honest, all of these Jefferson photos that we jump into are all really, really creepy. So let's jump into this one.
The joys of players.
I'm getting some spectacular images here, Max. Yes, Victoria would kill to be in your place, but she doesn't understand our connection. You're the winner, Max. I choose you. Your portrait.
Fuck you.
You're trying too hard. I know you're scared. You all have the same doe-eyed look when you wake up here, replaced by fear as you realize what's about to happen.
Mr. Jefferson, why are you doing this?
Max, I'm so glad you asked that question. Simply put, I'm obsessed with the idea of capturing that moment innocence evolves into corruption. That shift from black to white to gray and beyond. Most models are cynical. They lose that naivete. However, some Blackwell students carry their hope and optimism with them like an aura. And those lucky few become my models, my subjects.
Yes, you're a psychopath. And this is your last session.
Au contraire, Max. I'm so sane that nobody knows what's happening to you right now. As you can see, Sleeping Beauty here is too harsh for my gentle lens. And don't get me started on your late partner. I had had enough of those faux punk sluts in my Seattle days.
Hey, Try, how's it going? I don't know if you noticed the emotes for the chat now. Some of them already got approved and stuff, so let me know what you think of the chats of the emotes. Oh, there you go. Yeah, did you like the one I used for the lurking? I love the lurking emote. The lurking emote is fun. uh yeah, cuz immediately I knew I was like, what's the best Life is Strange moment that exemplifies just chilling out and lurking in the background? And I was like, oh, it has to be the pool scene. Like, it has to be them just relaxing in the pool. Like, come on. that was immediately gonna be the one. I also put I don't know if you noticed, some of the emotes are actually references uh to you and some of our other homies. I don't know if you can guess which ones are supposed to be uh, references to you and some of our other friends here.
You killed Chloe. You murdered my best friend.
She had a loaded weapon. This was clearly self-defense, but that's what happens when you play with guns. Or try to fuck with me. It's better when they don't know. Like pure, sweet Kate.
Kate believed, and she survived. You failed to break her. She's stronger than ever, and she'll outlive you.
She'll certainly outlive you. Who knows? Maybe I'll pay Kate a visit soon and test her faith again.
You will not.
Yes, yes, it is. Yes, the Alex and Steph one is definitely one that I was like, okay, let me put in some references to some of our homies, some of our friends here. So obviously, since you referenced Steph so much, I was like, okay, let me put I gotta put a Steph one. And I was like, you know what? Let me put the Alex and Steph one. And obviously I put a little fireworks effect on it because with Alex's emotion reading and the different colors for the different emotions, I was like, you know what? I think colorful fireworks are kind of appropriate for that moment in particular. Uh, I also got one there uh for Bo. If you I don't think Bo was able to notice it before he left, but there is an emote just for Bo in there, and hey, no problem, no problem. I there's also one in there for Rhiannon. If if Rhiannon ever like pops in and whatnot, there's a emote just for her also. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, there's Bo. He immediately he immediately saw it. uh, hey, I had to give Lila the really face. Um, I like I like how Bo's like I felt my senses tingle, so I came. We got fucking Bo doing his best Joe Hendry impression and saying his name, and he appeared. But try to answer your question. The Chloe and Rachel one is not the Rhiannon reference. It's not the Rhiannon one. Bo Hendry. Oh yeah, he was the he. Bo is definitely Bo Hendry for that. At this point. but um, but uh, but it's specifically because Rhiannon's reference is specifically uh because since I tuned in to one of her streams when she was streaming the farewell episode. When Rhiannon was streaming the farewell episode, she um she really, oh, there you go. Yeah, try, you got it. The young Max and Chloe in the pirate gear hugging. Yeah, that one. Mainly because she did not like how the farewell episode ended and kind of got really angry and was like doing a lot of venting by the end of that stream. So as a little tease and reference to that stream, I was like, you know what? Let me put a farewell reference as an emote. At least it's one of the happier moments in that episode. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, try. So it was the hug for her rage. Exactly. uh, let's see. What did Bo say earlier? Right when I joined you, you were talking about me probably not seeing the emote before I left. Yeah. See? he was Bo was secretly lurking around. That's what happened. He was secretly lurking. That's exactly what it was. uh, but thank you, Try, for the kind words for the emotes and stuff. It's it was definitely fun. I was doing I was pretty much doing that like during the off day. What was it? Bo, I just had a magical tingle in my senses. uh, and then what did you say? Try? Of course, my guru. Thank you for the emotes. Oh yeah, yeah. No problem, no problem. uh, yeah, it was definitely a little something something to get some of these emotes to work uh the way I wanted them to. But in the end, they seem to have come out pretty okay. So I'm happy with them for now. There you go. Try. You had to bring you had to work in the Steph reference. It means the fucking world to me. You mean the fucking world to me. uh, and obviously, I had to include the blue butterfly. Like, come on, it's one of the more iconic images for the entire franchise. So the butterfly was kind of a given. uh,
Not get away with this. I want you to know that.
Too bad you already made a convincing argument against Nathan in the principal's office. Thank you so much for setting him up for me. I do know that the Prescotts are going to have a major scandal when the town finds out what their elite son has been doing for homework.
You used Nathan.
I prefer the term manipulated. Like with an image. Nathan's was easy to twist around. I became a sort of father figure for Nathan. It happens often in teacher-student relationships. It was kind of touching for a while.
Did you tell him everything about your plans at Blackwell?
Don't be stupid, Max. I told him what he needed to hear. In return, I had access to the Prescott fortune. Who do you think paid for this glorious darkroom and equipment? How else could I get all these hip new drugs for my subjects?
Rachel Amber was your victim, not your subject.
Rachel Amber. That's the real tragedy. Nathan thought he could be an artist like me. Instead, the dumbass gave her an overdose.
Why, Rachel?
I don't have time to tell you everything. But she was special. A human chameleon, so many visual possibilities. We had a real connection.
Did she let you take pictures of her?
Rachel was in love with me. That's not my ego. Just look at our sessions. Not that I'll let you. Nobody loved having their picture taken more. Anyway.
Don't Try. We went from the happiness and joy of celebrating emotes to Jefferson. What a hell of a gear shift. Yeah, you know how you counteract how to counteract Jefferson here? Just spam the Rachel emotes. Just spam Rachel emotes, and that will conquer. That will smother him to death.
Rachel is dead. But no tears. Los Angeles would have killed her anyway, so look at this as a favor.
You're evil.
Oh, I see. You and your friends almost beat Nathan to death. See, we're not so different.
Yes, we are. I cared more about Nathan than you did.
No, you didn't. It's just too bad that he fell in lust with Rachel. He actually thought he could mimic what I do with the camera and subject. Like
Exactly, try just like that.
father, but not like son.
Where is Nathan now?
Dead and buried. After what he did to Rachel, I knew I couldn't keep him as a protege for much longer. Now the police will never find his body. Do you finally get it now, Max? I can't compromise my vision with amateurs.
You are an amateur. Look at the trail of death you left behind. You can't blame all this on Nathan. I don't care what you do to me. You're gonna die, motherfucker. For Chloe and Rachel and everybody else.
I do love your spirit, Max, but you brought...
That's great. That's definitely great, Bao. Keep it up. You'll kick everyone, Spartan kick everyone off the island. If you're able to.
yourself here by your own choice. Anyway, I like my models to be seen and not heard, so I have to make sure there's nothing left behind of you. Okay. Now, let's see how these shots came out. I can see why your instant camera is so appealing. You don't need a computer to print your work out.
Okay, so now we just pretty much try to figure out a way. Definitely, Bao. Definitely, Bo. Hopefully, you enjoyed your little emote that I made that I made for you. I, I hope you're happy with that. At least you got to see it before you went to bed. Okay, so now we have to here we go.
Please, Mr. Jefferson.
Max, I would love to talk shop, but I really need to go over these pictures, especially while they're fresh in my mind. I think our session was a career high for me.
You still have my diary.
Don't worry. Nobody's going to read it. Thanks for reminding me. There's nothing more innocent than a teenager's diary. Oh, look at your selfies. What a waste of talent. Look at that shot, Max. You can do so much better.
So, with that, we can focus in. Now that we pretty much played Jefferson by making him throw us the diary, which has a bunch of our pictures in it. we're able to use those pictures to get out of this situation. Also, a little tidbit. Even though Jefferson pointed it out, Victoria is in the room. She's kind of hard to see in the background, but she is sitting on the. She's sitting down unconscious on the couch here. She's kind of, well, she's over here. It's kind of hard to see because the background is out of focus, but she is there. So yeah. So Jefferson didn't do anything to her yet, because obviously she would, he would put her right next to Max later. But yeah. Also, none of what he says, nothing that Jefferson said about Rachel, you could really take at face value, because he is a fucking crazy fucking lunatic. So, are you really gonna trust him at his word about that? The only thing that you could really trust of what he said is just him killing Nathan, because Nathan was fucking shit up, and also that Nathan was the one that accidentally killed Rachel. Mainly because of Jefferson's ego and wanting like perfection with his like photos and all that stuff. It's pretty obvious that if somebody fucks up, he's not going to want to like associate with that. Like he said, he doesn't want to compromise his vision with amateurs and stuff like that. So he is gonna be brutally honest as far as like Nathan goes. So, cause it's the whole Nathan fucked up, I didn't fuck up. I'm perfect. Nathan is the one that fucked things up for this. So that you can trust in. But as far as Rachel goes, it's kind of like, sometimes you got to consider the source that you're getting some of this information from, and figure out if it's credible in any way. And I would definitely press doubt on what Jefferson says about Rachel. So
One of you in a dark corner and capture you in a moment of desperation. Shh. I believe Max
Kind
has
of
taken
moving
what you kids
around.
call a
That's when you know
selfie.
you're at the right spot
Right
to
before
hold
I
it there.
started this insane week. And nobody is going to hurt Chloe ever again.
Portrait has been popular since the early 1800s. Your generation was not the first to use images for selfie expression. Sorry, I couldn't resist. The point remains that the portrait.
So now with resetting, what was it, the week, since we used our selfie picture to go back to the beginning of the week. Now we're just going to figure out to warn David. So we look up David's phone number, so that way we could send him a text about what's going on, and hopefully David will overreact the way he normally does, except this time his overreaction will actually do something. So texting him the information, So we get that done. And then in any event, we kind of change a little bit of things.
Kate, listen to me. I am. Always remember that you're not alone. I've got your back no matter what happens. So do a lot of other people. We all care. We're all here for you. You need to know that.
Max, that makes me feel so blessed for the first time this week. I don't know what to say.
That's okay. Neither do I. Maybe we could both use a hug.
Thanks. You always know the right thing to do.
So we kind of change that interaction with Kate to be way more comforting, since we already know everything that happened with her at this point. So instead of the usual thing that Max did at the beginning of the game, now Max is taking what she's saying way more seriously now because she knows what happened. So in any event, we do we do this fun little thing.
Mr. Jefferson, we need to talk.
Can you see I'm talking to Mr. Jefferson now?
Yes, I see. But maybe you shouldn't.
And why not?
Hold on, Victoria. Are you okay, Max?
I will be when Victoria understands that hiding behind a screen, posting videos of people is incredibly cruel and unfair. You're smart enough to know how easy it is to hurt somebody, to destroy their life. I just want you to think about how much it would hurt if somebody did that to you. You can always make the right choice, Victoria. I know you've got a good heart. I've seen it.
Listen, I didn't...
You don't have to explain. There's no reason for you to be so insecure that you can't be happy with your own talent. Wouldn't it be better to lift people up than to bring them down? You could inspire people.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about now. Do I, Mr. Jefferson?
I think I should stay out of this one, Victoria.
Then I guess I'm done talking.
And that's okay too.
Boom.
That was kind of random, Max. What did you mean?
Here's my photograph for the Everyday Heroes contest.
Oh, that was easy.
No. It wasn't easy at all.
Well, I can't prejudge yet, but I'm very happy you decided to enter. That means a lot to me. And Blackwell, the first step for any artist is to put themselves out there in the world without fear. To be innocent.
Or guilty.
Well, thanks for the photo, and maybe both of us will be jet-setting to San Francisco this Friday.
Or maybe only one of us will be going.
Don't be so modest, Max. Anything can happen in a week.
As you're going to find out, Mr. Jefferson.
Boom. Sassy Max. Okay, that's the same. That's the same. Well, that's obviously still gonna happen. hanging out in the dorm room, helping pack.
Hey, no problem, Try. No problem. No problem. uh, so, with that correction and changing of the timeline and everything, we uh, get everything straightened out. Also, let me see if I could catch it here. So yeah, we got a newspaper clipping that Jefferson got arrested, and we have a text message from Chloe. Holy shit, you rule, Max. I am so proud of my superstar. This is just the start of your career. Yay! Sweet text message. Yes, yes, Max, you did do it. Where is it? Can I? I point it out. Hey, hot dog man. Oh, there you go. Real quick. You can't really, you probably can't tell, but this guy sitting in one of the seats in front of Max here, this is a nice cameo from co-director of the original Life is Strange, Michelle Coe, right here. So in the very last episode, they were able to sneak him in here as a cameo, which is pretty fun. That they put him in at the very end. Hey, there you go. There you go. You can see his face a little bit more. Because even to this day, Michelle pretty much still looks like this. He's still got the glasses. He's still got like the beard and the goatee and everything going on. It's like here we are more than 10 years later and he still has the same look pretty much. uh but yeah. Do I check the let me see oh, there you go. There's the principal. Wakes up finally. Obviously, since Jefferson was supposed to be the one to accompany the winner of the contest to San Francisco, and obviously Jefferson's not going to do that because of being arrested. I guess the principal took it upon himself to be the one to accompany Max on this trip, which is probably the nicest thing that Principal Wells does in any of these games, to be honest. So, yay. At least he's not a drunk fucking asshole this time. And that is certainly not ominous in any way, the fact of Max having a nosebleed. So we finally get to the gallery where Max's uh, well, a very blown up version of Max's photo is going to be on display here. So there's that. Also, a little bit of a of a little behind the scenes thing with this gallery scene. Originally, Don't Nod wanted this moment to be inside a museum. Like it was gonna be like a full on museum, which was the intention that they wanted. If you played the original version of Life is Strange, if you go back to episode 1 and you look at the advertisement for the competition, it does state that you're supposed to go to a museum. So it does show that it was supposed to be a museum. But as development of the next episodes went on, once budget, once a lack of budget started becoming a big issue, they didn't have the resources to actually make a museum for this section here. So they pretty much downscaled it to this little gallery exhibit instead, which obviously led to some inconsistency if you go back to the original and then it's like, oh, the advertisement said a museum, and then once you get to episode 5, it's this little gallery area. So it's like, okay, there's a weird, because of the behind the scenes development problems, it led to that continuity issue there. But for the remastered version, which is the version that I played for this video that we're watching here, Deck 9, when they were doing the remaster, when they went back into episode 1, they changed the advertisement for the Everyday Heroes contest in the first episode to actually reflect that it's supposed to be a gallery instead of a museum, like the original plan was. So they updated it so that way they fixed the tiny little the little continuity issue. But it's a fun little development like story, because that is one of the biggest things to come out of this final episode of the original Life is Strange is the very obvious budget issues that the game was starting to suffer from towards the end. So yeah, it's one of those things. Hey, Hot Dog Man. Sometimes it's both the double-edged sword of doing these episodic games and having them released like a couple of months apart and actually still making and developing them as they're coming out. So you could get the positive spin on that, which is what we got with the whole Kate situation. because if the game wasn't being developed episode by episode, then we wouldn't have gotten the Kate hospital scene at all. We wouldn't have gotten that if everything was finished in one shot. So you get like the positives like that, and then you get the negatives um, with like all the cut content because they're being cut for time and things like that. And then, like I just explained, with the whole it was supposed to be a museum, and then it got downgraded to a gallery for budget reasons. So it's definitely a give and take. There's gonna be pros and cons with usually any like development uh style that you try to do. So, but hey, at least Don't Nod was able to make it work. And I believe they succeeded. Like with all the trials and tribulations that that they went through developing this game, even getting the game off the ground from the very beginning, just to be able to make it is entirely commendable, because the average developer would have probably cracked under the pressure, and the game probably would have just crashed and burned towards the end. So kudos to them to be able to get it in a place that was still overall satisfactory. So in any event, we just fart around here for a while, explore this tiny little gallery a little bit, before finally getting to our photo.
Oh boy.
Hey, and there she is to save the day.
Hi. You did it, Max. You're a real artist. At least for today.
Mm.
Chloe!
Hey,
Are you okay? We lost you there for a second.
Your notes.
I'm okay. Jet lag. High altitude. Oh, you left the ringer off, idiot. Come on. Please answer.
I will point out the quick little glitch there of Max jumping up and down, glitching up and down in a sitting position. Oh,
What? Oh, Chloe, where are you?
Chloe! Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Oh my god. The tornado was real. Oh, I didn't fix shit. Chloe will die. Arcadia Bay is gonna be destroyed.
okay. So after the tornado, uh, pretty much jump scares Max to be like, hey, did you forget I'm supposed to fucking show up and wreck everything? It's like, girl, with everything that happened, you almost forgot that I'm supposed to show up. So in any event, we jump into the photo, which is even far, well, of the present day photos, this is definitely the farthest back that we go.
Oh, shit. Oh, my head. What is going on now? It feels like reality is breaking apart. What am I doing to time? I just have to make one simple change so I won't end up in San Francisco. Simple. Sorry, San Francisco. Chloe comes first.
Mm-mm.
So Jefferson burned the entire diary and all the photos and everything in it.
Oh, fuck. God, no. I'm back here again? I thought I fixed everything.
What did you say, Max?
What? Jefferson should be in jail, not here.
Jesus. It's like you're back in my class. You're still spacing out. It might be cool if you took one of your patented selfies now. Transformation between the old Max and the new Max. Anyway, answer my question, please.
Eat shit and die.
Good answer. Good answer. Hey, your nose is bleeding. Probably gave you too big a dose. Sorry about that, Max. But considering you're about to die, a nosebleed is a first world problem. Oh, I had to let Victoria Chase go.
You let her.
Don't be stupid, okay? She's exactly where she deserves to be.
No.
Oh, as if you care. Your iris, that dilation like a shutter. The pictures you're taking of me now.
Oh,
Too bad you pissed away your gift. You could have won the contest, but you destroyed your own beautiful photograph. What a waste. Sorry, I burned all your stuff. I got a little carried away.
oh.
He burned my diary. That's why I'm still here.
Especially since you've developed from nerd to hero within a week. There's something weird going on with you. Whoa. Did you see how crazy it is outside? Like I said, something weird. There's that fear. an honor working with you on these final sessions. I hope these images will be appreciated for what they truly capture. The loss of youth. At least, that's the last lecture you'll ever have to hear from me. And I promise you, no more nosebleeds.
Mr. Jefferson, please, don't do this. You don't know what's happening.
Shh, 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 shh. Quiet. Quiet, Max.
Please, don't do this.
Okay. Okay, so now we don't have any more journal pages to represent everything being burned.
This
Rewind.
Oh no, it doesn't happen yet.
Oh,
what?
gotta let this play out first.
David. No, David, no.
Jesus. David Madsen. He's out cold. Good. I always hated that fascist fuck. Everybody in Blackwell did, right, Max? Okay.
Okay, so now we should be able to.
And I
So let's see. Okay, yeah, now we're able to start getting some of the stuff for him, so that way we can get out of this situation. Well, to help David get us out of this situation, because the very interesting part about this whole David part is trying to do this without David getting injured in any way. Whereas usually when I do this, he always ends up getting a black eye, at the very least, no matter what I really do. So yeah. So I'm usually just farting around here, just trying to. Oh, there you go.
Oh, Lord, Max.
At least,
Okay? Are you alright?
at least we got it.
Can you move?
Okay,
Yes.
in this whole situation, there is a way.
Thank you.
No thing.
To get this going. Also, I will point out that there is like definitely a weird continuity problems here, which they did try to address. But one of the main issues is, how is Max even in the dark room to begin with? Because she ripped the photo so that way she's not going into the contest, right? But then David still knows what happened. Like, still knows that Max, like, texted her. So, how is Max even still in the dark room to begin with? Like, yeah, he burned the journal and everything. but how does that make it so that she winds up in the dark room still? Because if we're still counting Jefferson, still counting that Max texts David the information and stuff to find the dark room to begin with, then how is she even here? And if she didn't, and if we're not counting Max texting David the information, then how did David even find out that Max was even here? So yeah, there's some weird issues here. I don't know. I chalk it up to the rushed development of this final episode, where I think a couple of things kind of fell through the cracks and kind of escaped proper explanation, sadly. Like, for instance, Jefferson having Chloe's necklace on the desk, which is going to bring up a pretty funny issue later. But yeah, after farting around here, we get one of the hardest conversations to have with David here. Ooh, this conversation usually hurts, like, all the time.
Are you okay?
Look at this place. It feels like hell.
Jefferson was going to kill me, like he did to Victoria Chase.
Oh, no. I always suspected that son of a bitch.
I never did. Until too late.
You shouldn't have to suspect your teacher.
He wasn't a real teacher. He just wanted to lecture. It was part of his sick plans.
I wasn't surprised when you accused Nathan of drugging Kate Marsh. I thought so too. And Max, I treated Kate like shit. I know she's a good person, but I'm not. I hope I get to tell her that soon.
Me too. I think that would make her very happy.
I knew Nathan Prescott was a threat. I just waited too long to neutralize him.
Jefferson already did.
Yeah, this is
They had some weird father-son thing going on.
yeah, this is David's
But Nathan killed Rachel.
little redemption.
Jefferson had to use him as a scapegoat.
That pervert was pulling all this shit right under my nose, too.
Little
I could've
tiny
stopped him
redemption
and
arc
Nathan
at the very end here.
Wasn't so stupid.
No. I told Principal Wells Nathan had a gun and almost used it. But he didn't want to believe me. I should have been more loud.
We all make decisions we regret. But I have to admit, I'm impressed by you. And Chloe. And your investigation. I had all the high-tech toys while you had each other.
We are a great team.
That's one of my problems. I'm not good at teamwork. Never was. Even in the service.
I can't even imagine what you went through.
I'm not going to make any excuses for my behavior. I tried to be a good soldier, but I wasn't so great. I tried to be a good father, too, but when Joyce kicked me out, I had nothing.
I'm so sorry about that. I didn't want that to happen.
I should never have set up those surveillance cams. Who kept all those files?
I'm going to tell Joyce I was wrong about you. She does love you. It's pretty obvious.
I try not to use my service as an excuse, but
Yeah, sure you do.
it's hard to come home after war. Most people don't know or care what it's like. Except Joyce. She gave me hope. A new life.
And you saved mine. Chloe, she
Oh, here it
will be
comes.
proud of you.
I just want to see her safe with her mother. I promised Joyce I would go see a family counselor.
Oh, wait.
And I'll start by apologizing
here
to
we go.
Chloe. I don't expect her to call me dad, but maybe she'll stop calling me step douche.
Here we go.
So, where is Chloe?
Oh, okay.
Here we go. If I remember correctly, we do both options just so we can see both. Which, yay, one of the fun advantages of the original Life is Strange is being able to rewind and see almost all the different outcomes that you can get. I say almost because if you make a decision and you leave a area, then those decisions count. So it's not like you can rewind and completely go all the way back to another location once you leave it. So you can't get everything in one playthrough.
David, Chloe is dead.
This isn't happening. It can't. No, God. Not Chloe. Max, are you sure? Are you?
Yes, I saw her. I saw Jefferson kill her in the junkyard last night.
Last night? When I was feeling sorry for myself in my hotel room? I promised Joyce that I would protect her and Chloe. How can I face her and explain this? I never even told Chloe that God damn it! You killed my wife's child, you sick fucker! And you took away my stepdaughter?
David, wait!
Max, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to see that. What a mess. What have I done? All that time I wasted with surveillance. Chloe, I'm sorry. Joyce, I failed you. My family.
You didn't fail. You did your best.
Max, you better get outside. You've seen enough of this room.
David, thank you for saving me.
And then obviously we're going to we would rewind that and do the other option because do you really want David to have a murder on his conscience at this point. Like even though it is pretty deserved at this point, that is not the way to, handle that. Because doing it that way is pretty much a cop out, because it's like you would want the person to face the consequences of their actions. And killing him, he's not going to be able to do that. So you're pretty much giving him the easy way out. So along with David's whole issues and not having him get even more issues out of it, for me, it's always best to not have him kill Jefferson. So, yeah, that's usually how I do that.
That's the
David,
better way.
she was pretty stressed out, so, she went to go, medicate before I ended up in here. So, she's okay.
Oh, thank God. Once I'm happy, Chloe's a stoner.
David, I have to go outside and get some real air and use my phone.
Of course. Go on, Max. You're a brave soldier. I'm glad Chloe has a best friend like you. Go on now. You've seen enough of this room.
See, that goes way better, way better that way. Okay, so while Jefferson is unconscious and bound, and David is over here looking at the computer, here's the problem. Here's the problem if you know. Chloe's necklace is right here at the desk, right next to the computer. And David is right here on the computer looking through the files. How does he not notice Chloe's necklace on the table? Like, you would think he would immediately call out Max for being suspicious, because it's like, wait a minute, why is Chloe's necklace here? You said that she's somewhere else. Why is her necklace here? As I said, this final episode has some problems. I don't know. So in any event, we leave the dark room.
Having the option to actually.
So we leave the dark room. The
storm is real.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Discover something new.
Yes. Warren, can you hear me? Never mind. Listen, do you have that photo you took last night in the parking lot?
Yeah, but why? It wasn't that great a shot.
Yes, it is, and I want it. Where are you?
I'm at the Two Whales Diner. Pretty much trapped in here with Joyce thanks to this Armageddon weather. I'm expecting the ocean to turn red.
I'm on my way. okay. Me too. But it's not over yet, Warren. So hold on.
Alrighty. Yeah, there
So pretty much we steal Jefferson's car, which clearly Jefferson's not going to be needing it. The only time in this game that that Max drives, because traditionally Chloe was the one driving Max around the whole time. Hold on a minute. Is not. Take care of it. Take care of it. I'll take care of that another time. Okay.
to the hospital to be checked out, and then Max is supposed to.
Okay. So Max is over here. Oh, and here's a important
You could actually see
voice
remnants
message
of that sequence that got cut, because there's a concept art of her in like hospital gown and stuff.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt Kate or Rachel or I didn't want to hurt anybody. Everybody used me. Mr. Jefferson, it's coming for me now. All this shit will be over soon. Watch out, Max. He wants to hurt you next. Sorry.
And that moment of Nathan's voice message there was also something that I believe they said that they didn't have planned to put in there, but they felt that Nathan deserved a little bit of a redemption in some way. So that's why they included that. They put in the voice message, showing that at least at the very end, he really tried to help you in the end. Some people don't, like, not saying that justifies or makes up for all the shit that Nathan did throughout the game, but Don't Not felt that they needed to put something in there to at least give Nathan something. And now, just like the platinum trophy of Before the Storm Says, it's time to bring on the storm now. Oh, Max is actually wearing the necklace. Oh, that's interesting. I thought she just put it in her pocket. But no, she's actually wearing it. Oh, that's pretty cool.
So now we do our long little road of trying to save a couple of people while we're making our way to the diner. We save Evan here from getting killed by debris smacking him in the fucking head. And then we finally save Alyssa one last time. And then at the very end, Alyssa should pull Max away from getting hit by some debris herself. So in the end, we save her one last time, and then Alyssa saves us one last time. Also, a little tidbit: if you haven't been saving Alyssa from getting hit by stuff throughout the previous episodes, then once you get to this final episode, if you try to save her, then she's not going to be very trusting of Max. And then because of that hesitation, the floor of the building that she's in is going to collapse, and then Alyssa will fall into the building and stuff, and presumably get killed from that. So kind of a good idea to help her out in the previous episodes here, because that's the only way you're gonna save her, is if you've been helping her out in the previous episodes. If not, then she's pretty much destined to die at the end here. Evan, you save Evan regardless. Like you save him no matter what you do. Well, you don't have to do anything before this episode to be able to save him. So we save another fisherman, and then we finally make it to the diner. Well, to the front of the diner. And then you see the awesome tornado in the background. The updated effects and stuff of the remaster definitely helped the destruction and stuff during this moment. And we have to prevent the diner from blowing the fuck up with the gas. So, there you go. There's the shovel. So there we go. We prevent the fire from reaching the diner. So now the diner doesn't blow up, and we're free to walk around a little bit and look around. And then we got Frank's RV here, which does open the door for is there a way to save the police officer? I don't even know. I don't even see the police officer usually. So maybe you're able to save him. I don't know. Oh yeah, I was farting around trying to figure out like where the picture was to get the hidden photo. Oh yeah, and then there's the other hidden photo, because there's two of them that you can get here. And then we finally are able to go into the diner from the back. So we get in, and then boom, we got Warren, we got Frank, and we got
still alive.
And we got Joyce here.
I'm so glad to see you, sweetie. Are you okay? Yes. What about you guys?
I would like to point out the extreme disappointment on Warren's face, because he was gonna run up to Max and like give her a hug, but Joyce just blitzed right past them. Warren can't catch a break during the whole game.
Wales is barely standing now. I don't know if it's gonna make it through this tornado. Oh, poor Officer Barry and all those people out there. Okay, get your ass inside. I have to get back to this gentleman on the ground. Lauren has been gathering all the first aid.
It's not much, Joyce. It's all we have.
Are you okay, Warren?
How the hell did I ignore all those warnings, Max? The snow?
eclipse?
There's nothing you could do about it, Warren.
I'm so stupid. Should have seen it coming.
So glad everybody is.
Also, it is after 12 where I am. So since it's after 12, it officially means that today is October 20th. And if you remember, October 20th is the day that the final episode of Life is Strange 1 came out. So we're officially on the 10th anniversary of the release of the final episode of the original Life is Strange. So how poetic is it that see right there, right here, how poetic it is that we are closing out the discussion on original Max and Chloe on the day that the final episode released. So we get a nice little relaxing moment with Pompidou, which is really sweet. The only time in the game where Pompidou actually interacts in a wholesome way with Max. Who do I end up talking with first? Or do I talk with Frank first? Yes, I do. Okay.
Okay, Max. Excuse me while I go help this other gentleman.
Frank, I'm so glad you're here.
Makes two of us.
This is also
Now,
the.
if only I had Rachel back. Now, Max, what about that info?
This is also the last time
Did you and
you're
Chloe
going
find
to
out what
be
happened to her?
talking to these characters.
Frank, I don't know how to say this.
Because after this this whole little bit here, it's gonna be
Rachel is dead.
No, please.
a straight
Please, no, not
sprint,
Rachel. She can't fucking be.
like a
Are
pretty
you sure?
straightforward
I mean, how do you
sprint
know?
all the way
We
until
used
the end.
names you gave us to track down a farmhouse. My professor, Mark Jefferson,
So
has this creepy photo torture room. And we found
So
out he
pretty
was
much
using
every
Nathan
character
Hester to drug
is-
and photograph black
you're getting your
students.
last
Scott.
closing
Fuck, I knew it. I should never have hooked
revelations.
up with that sick punk. Pompidou hated him. He saw.
Your little closing moments with everyone.
Yes, I wish I did it. I'm so sorry, Frank. Nathan wanted to impress Jefferson and he killed her.
How? How did he kill her?
He used some drug. Gave her an overdose.
An overdose? The only way Nathan could have done that is if I sold it to him. I killed my lioness. No. What have I done? Where is this motherfucker Jefferson?
He's going to jail. He won't be hurting anybody anymore.
Rachel. Oh, God. She was the one good thing in my life, Max. I know she was too young. I expect her to leave me just It's not how it happened. I would never have stopped her from going after her dreams.
I know. Neither would Chloe.
I knew Chloe and her were close. And I was jealous, but now I see why Rachel dug her. And Chloe was man enough to ask me for help after all that shit we went through.
Chloe would appreciate that.
You know, the one time I met my dad, the bastard quoted the Bible and said he wanted to enter his house justified. In other words, to do the right thing. Me too. And maybe you're helping me get there, Max. Don't get me wrong, kid. I still think you're weird. But you're cool.
Oh, there you go. Well, at least, Frank acknowledges the the age difference that we mentioned before.
Some
How are you
processing
doing?
time.
Just when I think I've already been through the ringer. Where's Chloe?
Yeah, let's just go with the safe option.
She's safe, Joyce. She just sent me a text before my phone died. Oh, thank God. I was torturing myself before you showed up. Oh, God, if something happened to Chloe while I ended up stuck at this diner again. I'm sorry about all this, Joyce. Don't be, honey. It's not like you whipped up this tornado on your own. I'm also sorry about everything with David. You don't have control.
Funny part about the tornado, there are
David
many.
is an adult, and he has a lot more age and experience.
There's a couple of
than you
theories
do.
as to why the tornado is even happening to begin with.
I know. I just feel like everything that's going on with us is the perfect storm for Arcadia Bay. I just want our lives to be normal again. With all the shit going on this week, I think you're right. And look at me, trying to keep my family together. And Max, did I make a mistake kicking David out?
Fuck it. Everyone's in a whole
David saved my
life
from the
death
storm.
situation here.
I saw how much he cares about Chloe.
Might as well try to
Even
give
if he
everyone
couldn't
as
show it.
much peace
David
of mind
wants
as
you
possible
more
right
than
now.
ever. And I can see why you
So that way, hopefully, everybody
I'm so
can
happy
make
David
some
was there for you.
rational
He has a lot of
decisions
weight on his back from
and
you,
not
but he truly wants to help people.
too many
He even agreed
snap
to
emotional
take your family
decisions.
counseling class. I'm sure that was a hard thing for him to do. It shows how much he truly cares about you and Chloe. Nothing would make me happier than for David and Chloe to make peace, not war.
Well, you know, maybe if David showed more,
I just
showed
want this
more of
storm
his
to blow
vulnerable
over
side.
forever. Maybe it's time we leave Arcadia Bay.
Probably would go a long way with
David is a real hero, Joyce.
making Chloe not hate him so much,
I know
you know?
that all he wants to do is make you happy. I know he would do anything for you. And Chloe. I know. And yes, he's not William, but that's okay. He's not supposed to be. You reminded me of when he came into my life. I was ready to give up. David's love gave me strength. He even told me I was his hero. And I can't give up loving him. I want him to come back home. Oh, I hope I get to tell him that soon.
Alright.
Bad news about that, you're probably not going to be able to tell him that soon. Especially depending on the ending you get. I will also point out that when Chloe, during Chloe's like big blow up to Max during the truck ride, she she mentioned that Joyce blames herself for William dying because Joyce wanted a ride uh, because she picked up some groceries, so she wanted a ride back home. Because that's why William left to begin with. So the issue with that theory is if she's really like supposed to be really guilty with about William's death and blaming herself for it, why is she so quick to jump onto another guy and pretty much like push William to the side? You would think if she's so guilt ridden over that it would kind of push her to do the exact opposite and like not want to get into like relationships with someone else or something. Just saying. Because if she's really broken up about William that much, like Chloe said, then I don't think David would have been in the picture at this point, especially as quickly as that happened. Just saying.
All right, let's go, Warren.
I hate to say I'm glad to see you, but I'm so glad to see you.
That's okay. The important thing is that you're safe. And I know you can take care of yourself after Nathan.
Should have done that a long time ago. But damn, Max. Can't believe you actually drove down here in the middle of a fucking E6 tornado. Just for one photograph? I mean, I know you didn't come for me.
Warren, I came for all of you. And just tell me you do have the photograph.
I just want...
Now shut up and listen.
Oh yeah, you're finally going to tell me what you never did in the parking lot.
I wish I would have. So I'm just going to tell you without any explanation. Trust me, okay?
I always do. You should probably tell me quick.
I had a vision in Jefferson's class of a tornado destroying Arcadia Bay. I went to the bathroom and saw my best friend Chloe get shot by Nathan Prescott. You with me so far?
Where else could I be? Go on.
Then I found out that I could rewind time. And long story short, Mark Jefferson is insane and dangerous.
Whoa. Is that all?
Okay, we have no evidence of
I have
one
to go
thing,
back in
really.
time.
We only have a theory
Jefferson
about
already
the other thing.
Killed Chloe. I can't let that happen.
Because as I said
Do
before,
something,
there
Warren.
is no
Max.
100%
All because
explanation
how?
I'm not a real
on
scientist.
what
Even though I
caused
failed
the
at school,
storm
but
to begin with.
This seems like pure cause and effect. Maybe chaos theory. What happened with Jefferson? Did he hurt you?
Yeah, but let's do the other thing.
Nathan accidentally killed Rachel Amber trying to impress Jefferson. Nathan just needed mental help. Now he's dead. And Jefferson is done.
Jesus, Max. I want the whole story, but I guess we really are out of time.
But I can still change things.
Most people
For every action, there's
most
a
people get
whenever you reversed or alter time, maybe you caused a chain
accuse,
reaction, even in the environment.
well, label Jefferson as
Yeah, I just pretty much mentioned the whole murdering thing. The whole differentiating with Jefferson being a murderer before the game even starts. But yeah. But in any case, I would like to point out that everything that Max told Warren, he takes it pretty well, don't you think? Like, he's pretty calm and composed with this whole thing, don't you think? It was really funny though. Oh, and then no, we are not do. Oh no, we don't kiss him. At the very least, we at least give him a hug, cause it's like, bro, okay, Warren, your hug is a little bit questionable, by the way, but he did get his ass kicked for you by Nathan at the beginning of the game. He did help you with the pipe bomb. He is helping you right now with this with the photo that he took. And also he did save you from getting shot by Nathan in the dorm room. So, I mean in the boys' dorm. So he does deserve, I guess, he deserves some acknowledgement. Not the kiss though. Even though I did do that in other playthroughs just to see just to see if there was any real consequence if I tried to go in a relationship with both Warren and Chloe, is to test if there's any real issues doing that. As I've said, there isn't, so at least Double Exposure did rectify that by having actual consequences for cheating on your partners with each other. So at least there's one point that Double Exposure does get, that at least there's an actual consequence to that whole thing. So
clearly he was pushed to that step of being a serial killer.
Jesus, dude, what is up with
But
you?
if the events were all transpiring as normal,
I guess you need to talk.
he wouldn't have killed
It's all
anybody.
good.
I'm glad you're with me too. What's going on, Max? We have to.
And that's
find Nathan
assuming
right
if the
now.
Rachel thing
So
didn't
sorry,
happen.
Warren. Chloe, wait, listen. I can walk.
Because the
listen,
Rachel
okay?
thing was kind of an inciting
Stop and listen
incident
for
that kind of
once.
pushed
Fine, Max.
Jefferson in the
I
direction
listen.
of killing someone.
You can't go in that party.
Since
You're going
Nathan was his
You could
first
have died if you do. You used your
his
powers,
first
right?
victim.
You fucked around with time and I died. Not like that. You're
So,
supposed to back me up.
yeah.
So there's no way that punk ass bitch Nathan Prescott is taking me down. You're right, he won't. Mark Jefferson killed you and others. Jefferson, the art teacher? That's bullshit. Nathan is the fucking serial killer. We saw the proof. Now, excuse me, I'm going to that party to make sure he never hurts anybody again. Are you coming? Nathan is dead, and you're in danger. That fucker is already dead? How do you know that? Because I was there. Will you please tell me exactly what happened? Please. Chloe. Jefferson drugged and kidnapped me. I was tied up in his bunker. You have no idea.
Yeah, the
what
whole
hell I went
the whole
through
point of
back
this
here.
section here
But I couldn't let you die. You brought me
is
back here, and I
to
can't
say the
listen
right
again.
things to
I
convince
won't.
Chloe not
Max,
to leave.
I'm so sorry. I was the one who dragged you into all this shit. Nobody, especially you, should have to go through that. Now we have to stop Jefferson. With one bullet. No, not this way. Chloe, I can't keep fixing everything if all I'm gonna do is just break it over and over again. I know how this is gonna turn out, and I'm afraid I'm fucking up all these alternate realities. Wait, alternate realities? What do you mean, Max? What did you do?
Okay.
I fucked up, Chloe. I wanted to make things right, but everything turned out wrong. Max, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, this is where you have to tell her about the
I was able to go back in time.
about the William being
To the
alive
last time William was
timeline
alive.
and what you did on that.
I stopped him from leaving, but you ended up in a car crash instead. You saw my dad again? You were completely paralyzed. And you were in pain. You were slowly dying, and you asked me to end your life. Chloe, there was no way I could do that. I had to return to this timeline to see you again. I had to. God, Max. That must have been awful for you. I'm so sorry I had to ask you that. It was worse for you. But I had no idea what would happen, and as usual, I messed everything up, and I never want to hurt you. Ever. You have to believe me. Of course I do. Do you think I would even know how to handle that situation? Nobody would. The important thing is that we're together again. You're right. That's why you should come with me, so we can stay together and stay alive. I hear you, Max, but do you think we should let Jefferson get away with torture and murder? Of course not. If we tell David, he'll believe us, and he can actually stop him. Right? I don't get it. Why do you trust him after you totally reamed him the other day? He's not even at our house anymore. Chloe, David saved me from Jefferson. If he didn't track down the dark room, I'd be dead right now. Max, I had no clue. I should have been the one to save you. But I'm so grateful David was there. So what's your plan? We tell him everything, including that Victoria is in danger. Okay. You've been through so much. I believe you, Max. After all, I'm still your faithful companion. Yes, you are. So listen, in a few minutes, I won't know any of this happened. Nothing. We absolutely have to stay in your room and do nothing. Then we explain everything to David, and we finally let him do his job. You'll have to tell me exactly what I did and said just now. Just explain that I traveled through time using the photo. Will you believe me? I'll always believe you, Chloe.
And he comes in with the two cops that we've talked to throughout the game. Ooh.
Hold on 1 minute. I want to look at this photo again. No, okay. I was wondering, I was like, is Victoria in this photo? Like in the background, hidden somewhere? And it's like, no, she's not there. She is supposed to be in the dark room at this point, though. So she is supposed to be here. Like, we do know that for a fact, that she's supposed to be in the dark room at this moment. So, especially if you take into consideration the the letter that you could find in Life is Strange 2 that Victoria writes to David. So, so that does confirm that yes, she was in the dark room at the time when David comes in with the cops and arrests Jefferson here.
And he comes in with the two cops. Oh.
Oh, Chloe! I see that the real Max is back. So, how was your time trip, dude?
Also, I would also point out that Max also confirmed to Chloe exactly what I've been saying with how Max's powers work when she jumps into photos, with the fact that her consciousness is what jumps into the body of the Max in the photo, and that once she leaves, that Max does not remember anything that happened when original Max jumps into their body. So thank you thank you, Max, for confirming exactly what I've said. So
Shut up. Oh, you're alive. You're alive. Oh, both of us.
also, I will point out during this scene, during this ending portion with the tornado and Max and Chloe and all this stuff, the effects of the remastered collection with the whole rain effects, the hair moving, blowing in the wind, the whole improved facial animations and everything with the expressions and all that stuff. Boy, it really hits how much of a drastic improvement that Deck 9 did remastering the game as far as like the visuals and stuff go, which is primarily what Deck 9 did, was just improving the visuals primarily. Outside of the little gameplay thing with the bottles in episode 2 that I pointed out. So primarily all they did was the drastic visual upgrades. But the whole storm sequence really shows off the improved visuals like immensely. Believe me, my video that you're watching here does not do justice how good this looks.
I did so much to bring you back, Chloe. It worked. It actually worked. You're with me again. Looks like even fate doesn't want us apart. And I traveled through multiple realities just to save my ungrateful ass over and over. And I hope it was worth it. But I don't blame you for wanting me out of your life after all my drama. Come on. I'm the official drama king and queen of Arcadia Bay this week. Just look at what my powers have caused in just a short time. I'm nobody. You're Max fucking Caulfield, Time Warrior. Even if you weren't, you're kind and caring. Nobody could have a better best friend. Nobody. You didn't ask for any of this to happen, but it did. You need to accept how awesome you are. Maybe I willed it subconsciously or something. I always wanted my life to be special, an adventure, but not without you. didn't happen until I moved back here. So, without you, my powers wouldn't even exist. And for whatever scientific, mystical reason that we'll obviously never figure out, we were meant to be together at this exact moment in history. I have to think that Rachel was somewhere behind the scenes, fighting for justice. I'd like to think that too. We all owe Rachel Amber. Now tell me everything that happened. You remember, right?
Well, we left the party and made sure Jefferson couldn't find us. For once, I was glad I lived in an actual fortress. Then the storm got hella crazy, and you said we would be safe at the lighthouse.
Chloe, look. The storm is getting bigger now. It's coming closer. I can't even believe this is real. This is happening because of me.
Stop it. Stop beating yourself up, okay? We've both paid our dues already on it. God, look at that. Look at that monster. Who knows? This could be Rachel's revenge. Our revenge. The lighthouse is out of the way of the tornado. Come on.
That shot before was a great shot of how sense of scale of how big the tornado is.
So now Max passes out one final time to go through the nightmare sequence. Well, the nightmare sequence is, I should say. Because now we repeat the beginning of the game again. Except now it gets all fucked up and weird with a bunch of birds slamming into the window, splattering themselves all over, and making a nice bloody pancakes all over the window. The bell rings, and then everything just disappears. So things definitely get hella strange, like that with the picture with the carved out eye holes, the pictures of Max being on the computer, the desk here where Kate is with a bunch of carvings all over it, all the dead birds all over the lawn, the changing carvings on the thing, and then trying to leave, and then Jefferson with all this stuff, and all this very creepy dialogue options, with none of these being good. So weird. This, yeah. And then now we got the repeating dorm room hallway, which could technically go on forever and ever if you do not figure out how do you get past all this. We get the first one here with Kate, which gets very fucked up.
Hey, Kate. Max, why did you stop me from jumping? What kind of friend are you? You never understood me or what happened to me. Now my family will never leave me alone, and that means I'll always be alone. Thanks to you. Kate, that's not true. I've always been your friend.
Yeah, there was certainly nothing fucked up about any of that there. So now we're in, what was it, stage 2, which you get a key for a specific room, and then you have to use the key on that room to get to the next part, which changes the area, and then now you're in Rachel's clothes, which is pretty much your clue on where you have to go. You have to find where Rachel's room is and go through that door. So you do that, and then now you become Victoria for a second, which is also a funny little tidbit. This is the only time in the game where you're technically playing as someone else other than Max. Because you're technically playing as Victoria during this little section here, so there's a funny little little thing to note on that one. So we go through Victoria's room, and then now we're back to Max again, which obviously means we have to go into Max's room. So we finally go into Max's room, and we wind up back at the hallway at the beginning of the game. When you do the walk down the hallway to the music. Except this time everything's moving in reverse, which is obviously very, very, very strange. And then we got, and everyone's obviously talking backwards. Which, if you couldn't tell from the music there in the background, the same music is playing. Sid Mathers is To All of You. Just like the beginning of the game when you originally walk down this hallway. The only difference is if you're able to listen to the music in the background during this scene, it's playing in reverse, which is pretty cute. To keep the whole things moving in reverse theme going, even the music is being played in reverse, which is pretty cool, with everything going backwards. And then technically when you're doing your rewind powers are technically moving everyone forward instead of backwards. And then we have Rachel's spirit dough guiding us back to the bathroom. And also the text prompts were also backwards too. And then we get this very annoying stealth sequence that you have to play through to pretty much get to the lighthouse. So you have to go through these stealth sequences to get closer and closer to the lighthouse. So you got Jefferson stalking you. You have a Principal Wells statue that you have to avoid. I believe Frank shows up too. You have to avoid him. And then Warren also shows up, and then you have to avoid him also. And then you have Warren's weird ass locker with his little Max doll and weird Max cutouts and everything like some fucking magazine. Oh, there's also David. Okay, so you have to avoid David again. Oh, there's Nathan also. I saw Nathan in the background. And you also have to collect the bottles again towards the end of this stealth sequence. You have to collect the 5 bottles all over again. I don't know why Dotnod chose to put the bottles again at the end here, because I'm pretty sure they got the feedback in episode 2 where everyone hated collecting those fucking bottles in the junkyard. My only rationale that they put the bottles as a thing again here is because they needed padding to make the episode run faster. I mean, run longer. Because if they didn't, then the episode would be even shorter than it turned out to be. And considering all the cut content and the time constraints that they were under, they weren't able to put a lot of significant content in the game. I mean, in this last episode, so they had to drag the episode out a little bit, which is why you have this going on with this avoiding getting caught thing with this stealth shit, and then earlier with the repeating hallways in the dormitory. So they were definitely reusing a lot of assets to recycle to pad things out to compensate. At least they were trying to get creative with the drastic recycling of assets that they were doing here, to at least try to hide the limitations that they were suffering from towards the end here. And then we get the creepy being inside the snow globe and watching William die again. Well, the day that William did die. And getting a creepy text message from William. And a creepy text message from Chloe in the wheelchair. Oh boy. And then one from Nathan. One from Pompidou, which is more hilarious than it is creepy. And one from Rachel. And a creepy one from Samuel. So, yeah. And then now we're back in the dark room, in our pajamas. Oh, and then we get all this weird, creepy, all this creepy dialogue here.
You'd be perfect for my new photo series on retro grunge. You have the same qualities that I loved in Rachel Amber, but not Max.
Max is a fucking child.
Oh, Christ, I know. And she never shuts up, does she?
I'm so over her hipster bullshit.
I think everyone at Blackwell is over Max. Let's prove it.
Booyah, Warren. I thought you were all over Max's shit.
She's not all that. So who cares if she doesn't kiss me?
Oh, you should have seen her make a move on me in my room. Hella lame.
Max should see me make a move on you. Come here. God damn, you are a sexy bitch. Why hang out with Max, huh?
Boredom. Plus, she's like my personal puppet.
I hear that. Do you want a party? I got a drugstore in my room.
Oh shit. Look at Max spying on us. Take a fucking picture, bitch. Or take a selfie. See, this is how you bust a move, Max. No mosh pit for you, Shaka Bra. Damn, Victoria. You're a real woman. Not a little girl like Max.
I fucking love your tats, Chloe. You're so hot. I can't believe it took us so long to hook up.
Why did you get rewind powers? You don't even know how to use them. Rachel's dead and you're still alive. Life is so not fair. I wish you would have never come back to Arcadia Bay. You're the real Storm.
Oh, okay. Well, none of that was great. Funny, the whole Victoria and Chloe hooking up thing, because even though they don't go that direction, at least the comics would kind of make a little reference to at least the fact of Victoria and Chloe at least getting friendly enough with each other. So there's that. Also, the funny little thing of Jefferson saying that Max never shuts up is most likely a funny reference, um, a funny meta reference to the fact of Max is always like having inner monologues and inner dialogue and stuff when she's examining things, when she's reflecting on things during like the calm moments, when she's uh, commenting on big decisions that you're making and always second guessing the decisions that are made. So that's kind of funny because it's like, yeah, she doesn't shut up in the player sense, like from the player's perspective, yeah, but from an in-game perspective, Max is technically pretty quiet. So, so clearly a meta reference on that one.
I guess I'll never dance again, Max.
Right when I was about
And then
to
we
start
have the
playing
creepy
that,
diner scene here where everyone is
Max, I thought we were on the same team.
well, all the characters that you could talk to are all in one place in this diner,
Why do you want all your friends to die?
which is
So this
pretty
is
fucking crazy
the revenge on
when you look at it.
Thanks for saving me.
And also, if you can see out the window, you have everybody else in town just standing outside very creepily, just all lined up like fucking ants outside. It's crazy.
I know I haven't been the best principal to you, but you've been a great.
Plus, it also puts into perspective how many people throughout this game that you could just talk to for various reasons.
I wish we had been friends,
Don't
Max.
let the squirrels die.
But please, don't let me.
Actually, turns out to be a fucking lot of people, doesn't it? Because the only ones that are in the diner are the ones that Max can talk to. Everyone else outside the diner are just a bunch of randos that don't mean anything. Hence why they're all just shadows, like they're all just black templates all over the place. And instead, we have another version of Max that we can talk to. Which this is certainly not going to... And she's also the only one that's actually moving and not frozen.
Who are you? Holy shit, are you serial? I'm you, dumbass. Or I'm one of many Maxes you've left behind. Can you get me out of here? Oh, so you want help? Thought you could control everybody and everything, huh? Twist time around your fingers? I tried to help. I only wanted to do the right thing. No, you only wanted to be popular. And once you got these amazing powers, your big plan was to trick people into thinking you'd give a rat's ass. I do care. That's why I was trying to make friends. By telling people what they want to hear. You were just looking for a shortcut because you can't make friends on your own. That's not true. I have great friends, and I've used my powers for good. Please, stop playing innocent. You're a goddamn hypocrite. You've left a trail of death and suffering behind you. That was not my fault, you son of a bitch. Don't you dare talk about our mom that way. What about the crap that was your fault? Wait, let me guess. You fucked up time and space for your precious punk Chloe? You think she's worth all that? Of course. She's my best friend. Oh yeah, you ignored your best friend for 5 years while she went through hell. Some friend. Chloe does a better job of guilt-tripping me than you do, because you let her bully you. It's called Stockholm Syndrome. But you didn't do that homework, so you have to learn the hard way. Like Rachel. Just shut up. You're not scaring me anymore. I'd be more worried about Chloe killing us than Jefferson. Max, do you really think she has any feelings for us? You're just another puppet. Man, you are so stupid. I'm embarrassed to have the same name. And someday Chloe will destroy. Oh hell, speak of the devil.
Dude, do not even fuck with her head. She knows what we went through together this week, and you don't. There's no way you can break up our team. This is reality.
After 5 years, you're still Max Caulfield.
I am seriously glad to see you.
Welcome home, Max. Fasten your seatbelt.
Okay, so now, a thing to note is, that is technically true, as we, go through this, this final path to the lighthouse with all the reflecting moments, between Max and Chloe throughout the game. Evil Max, as she's referred to by pretty much like a majority of the fan base, at the diner, the whole thing of like Max using her powers to manipulate people so that way she can get like be popular, that technically is one way of reading how Max is using her power. I don't see it that way, but I can see how it can be interpreted that way. For the most part, most of the time, she's using her rewind powers to try to get information and find out stuff about the whole Rachel disappearance and all that stuff, and then eventually the Kate thing and all that stuff. So I don't see it that way, but I could definitely see how that could be taken that way. The chauffeur and companion line. Okay, hold on.
Superhero, I'll be your faithful chauffeur and companion.
My powers might not last, Chloe.
That's okay. We will.
Yeah. Those fucking words mean a lot. As long as you're my partner in time, yeah. Oh boy. But also, Evil Max's whole thing with Chloe and Max being treated like a puppet and being constantly bullied and stuff like that. Like, that's probably where a lot of people try to get their their hatred for Chloe. And it's like, you're not necessarily supposed to be taking what Evil Max says at face value. I was like, you also fail to realize the whole point of why Evil Max is even saying anything like that, is intentionally to fuck with Max's head, to make her second guess everything. This is supposed to be a nightmare sequence. So this is a bunch of Max's, like, inner fears coming to the surface type of thing. So yeah, I don't think you're supposed to be taking everything Evil Max is saying as a matter of fact. So, and I think it's been pretty obvious with how I've been breaking down and talking about Chloe and Max during this whole game. I don't think there's much puppeteering and Chloe not caring about Max at all. So you could very easily debunk a lot of what Evil Max is saying. So like, the game itself already provides you with enough evidence for you to be like, okay, clearly Evil Max is lying. So, alright, so we finally get to the final part here, so that way Max can wake up and we can get to the final decision of the game.
Please wake up! Wake up!
Here we are. The final sequence.
Don't worry. We'll be okay.
Also, I would like to point out the blatant representation of, like I said before, of Max's consciousness leaving and then coming back into her like original body. You clearly see that right there with her walking towards her body to go back into her body. So
Max, can you hear me? Please say something.
Chloe, I must have passed out.
Thank God. Don't you ever do that again, okay?
I swear. But that nightmare was so real. It was so horrible. This is my storm. I caused this. I caused all of this. I changed fate and destiny so much that I actually did alter the course of everything. All I really created was just death and destruction.
Fuck all that, okay? You were given a power. You didn't ask for it. And you saved me, which had to happen. All of this did. Except for what happened to Rachel. Without your power, we wouldn't have found her. Okay, so you're not the goddamn Time Master, but you're Maxine Caulfield. And you're amazing.
Oh boy.
Also, I would like to point out the visual the visual symbolism. If you notice, if you can notice the shirt that Chloe is wearing for the final episode, she's wearing a Ouroboros reference shirt, which for those who don't know, it's the image of a snake eating its own tail thing. So it's a nice representation of Chloe and how she's been like treated through through the story with the whole like constant death and stuff like happening, like every time it just keeps looping back in on itself in various different ways. So kind of fun that they chose to visually represent that by having Chloe literally wearing a shirt of it. So that's pretty funny.
Oh boy.
Max, this is the only way.
Oh, my journal's back.
That was Warren in the storm.
I feel like I took the shot 1,000 years ago.
Well, Warren during the storm.
You could use that photo to change everything right back to when you took that picture. All that would take is for me to fuck that. No way. You are my number one priority now. You are all that matters to me. I know. You prove that over and over again, even though I don't deserve it. I'm so selfish. Not like my mom. Look what she had to give up and live through. And she did. She deserves so much more than to be killed by a storm in a fucking diner.
Sorry, Chloe, but I would beg to differ with your mom not being selfish. I would qualify her relationship with David to be selfish, especially considering you and David having issues and Joyce being complacent and doesn't want to address to genuinely address any of those issues and just keeps those problems just going, and having her relationship with David over the concerns of her own child's well-being. So I would beg to differ, Chloe, about your mom not being selfish, by the way. I'm sorry.
Even my stepfather deserves her alive. There's so many more people in Arcadia Bay who should live.
Oh, Lord.
Way more than me. Don't say that. I won't trade you. You're not trading me. Maybe you've just been delaying my real destiny. Look at how many times I've almost died or actually died around you. Look at what's happened in Arcadia Bay ever since you first saved me. I know I've been selfish, but for once, I think I should accept my fate. Our fate, Chloe. Max, you finally came back to me this week, and you did nothing but show me your love and friendship. You made me smile.
Oh, okay. So, before we get to the part where I'm obviously gonna show both endings anyway, we uh, we I would also like to address the fact that Chloe does mention here that she is fully aware that her mother, Joyce, will die in this storm. Which, yet again, double exposure would fuck in the ass by making it seem like Chloe had no idea that Joyce would die. So apparently, Chloe was extremely brain dead by fully acknowledging and accepting that Joyce was gonna die, and then later apparently having her memory wiped somehow and not expecting that Joyce was gonna die in the storm anyway. So, the inconsistencies and the weirdness that double exposure did. Oh dear Lord. Also, hold on real quick, cause I do have to, I do have to change a little something. Be right back, real quick. Sorry about that. I had to make my stance on this choice abundantly clear where I stand here. So, with that, let's jump into these two endings here.
Oh boy.
Oh, whoops. Oh. So, come on. Oh, where is... Here we go. Alrighty.
So, here we go.
Max,
Okay, we went with that one first. Okay.
it's time. Chloe, I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this. I know, Max, but we have to. We have to save everybody, okay? And you'll make those fuckers pay for what they did to Rachel.
Jesus, fuck.
Being together this week.
I guess I could put the controller to the
It was
side
the best
because
farewell gift I
there's
could
no
have
more
hoped for.
choices to be made.
You're my hero, Max.
That is a great shot, by the way, with the tornado in the background, like as they do the kiss with the biblical apocalyptic tornado in the background.
I'll always love you. Now get out of here, please. Do it before I freak. And Max Caulfield, don't you forget about me. Never.
Now the bigger question here is, did the song get muted at the end here? That is what I'm wondering.
Every fucking time. Fucking the music hasn't even kicked in yet.
It's cool, Nathan.
Fucking A.
Don't stress. You're okay, bro. Just count to 3. Don't be scared. You own this school. If I wanted, I could blow it up. You're the boss. So what do you want?
I hope you check the perimeter, as my step-ass would say.
Shit.
Now, let's talk business.
I got nothing for you.
Wrong. You got hella cash.
You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with.
Where'd you get that? What are you doing? Come on, put that thing down.
Don't ever tell me what to do. I'm so sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
Oh, okay. The song actually seems to, unless it mutes like halfway through. Oh no, nope. There you go. It stopped. That makes sense. But yeah, I would highly recommend. Well, definitely. The song that plays here, Spanish Sahara, is. Ooh, it's definitely a heavy one. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Where is it? There we go.
Max, can you hear me?
Oops. The hell? Oh, okay. That was weird. I was like, I don't want to take a survey.
Hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
There we go. Because this definitely doesn't hit as hard without the music there. Okay. So, aside from the fact of me like trying to make sure uh fighting back those tears from coming out of my fucking eyes because I don't have enough tissues right now, so I had to make sure to fight to keep those tears from coming out. But in any case, so there are several instances of note to point out here. With the photos, when the photos are burning through, there's this photo of Max looking through the photo album that Joyce gives Max here, and obviously Max is trying to pick out a photo of Chloe to keep, right? One of the very nice references that double exposure does give is if you carry on with the sacrifice Chloe ending for double exposure, the photograph that Max keeps is supposed to be a reference to this photo that Max picks out and is looking at here. We never see what Polaroid picture of Chloe that Max picks here, obviously. But in double exposure, if you go with this ending, it turns out that Max has a Polaroid picture of Chloe sticking up the middle finger, like posing with the middle finger. So, which is a great reference because that would totally be a Chloe photo that she would take. So that's a cute little callback to the ending here. Also, the dress that Max is wearing here would get referenced in the Before the Storm farewell episode, because the dress that Max wears during William's funeral is similar to the dress that Max wears here, with the only differences being that Max has sleeves on the dress, and she's not wearing the doe necklace that she's wearing here. So, other than that, the dress is pretty much an exact duplicate. But you know, a nice little reference that they put in, visual reference for farewell. Also, the big thing to note here during the funeral is the people attending the funeral. If you notice, because it's kind of hard to see, you just have to have like the wide shots. So let's see if we can get a good. There we go. We get a good wide shot here. Because it's hard to see the people on this side. But we have Principal Wells, we have Dana, we have Dana's whatever guy Dana decided to end up with at the end, during her whole like baby drama problems and her like cheating issues that she was going through and stuff. So once that gets all settled, whatever guy she ends up with, that's who this is supposed to be. I forget the name of the guy she ends up with, but it doesn't really matter. He's pretty inconsequential to everything going on. And then we have Justin, Chloe's pothead friend, and more importantly, which a lot of people don't even notice most of these people at the funeral. To be honest, a lot of people only notice like David, Joyce, Max, Warren, and Kate because they are the big obvious ones that the camera primarily focuses on. But everyone else here, like, people tend to forget that these people are even there. With the big one being all the way at the end is Victoria. With Victoria being here. Which in the context of this game, her being here is primarily mostly to support Max, pretty much. But also what was it? Before the Storm would technically kind of add to this by having like actual interactions between Chloe and Victoria. So then this scene becomes more of Victoria kind of being kind of associated with Chloe, so it kind of gets additional meaning because of Before the Storm later. But for the context of the original game, she's mostly here to support Max, pretty much. Because obviously also technically Dana too, because Dana was in Before the Storm with the whole Tempest play with Rachel and Chloe and all that stuff. So her being here, as far as this game goes, is also supposed to be to support Max. But additionally, with Before the Storm, it gives it more of a direct Chloe connection with Dana. So it like adds to this a lot more. And Justin is kind of self-explanatory. He was already friends with Chloe anyway. Like, even within the original game, so it makes sense as to why he's here. And then obviously Warren is here for Max, and Kate is also here for Max. Considering Chloe's line earlier of knowing Kate previously, you could also say that Kate is also here for Chloe in a way. And obviously Frank is here because of Chloe. Even as far as this game itself, we can see how Frank really felt about Chloe. And then plus, Before the Storm would add to that even more. So, and obviously Principal Wells being here is because out of respect for his students, because Max is his student, and Chloe was a former student within the context of this game, and then obviously in Before the Storm when Chloe was still in school, a couple of little interactions and stuff there. So yet again, adds to this whole situation here. But with that, um where is the second option? I mean the second ending. Is there did the music get muted for this one too? That is the big question.
So once this ending plays out, very first playthrough.
Max,
Because we gotta go with this ending.
it's time. Not him. Max, I'll always be with you. Forever.
I will say real quick, the whole Max and Chloe saying "I'll always be with you forever" line. I don't know. Apparently, Double Exposure didn't get that memo and pretty much took those words and took them out back in the woodshed and shot it with a shotgun. Apparently, so some people did not take those words as literally and as they were meant to be said, apparently. Oh, now the song cuts out now, doesn't it? That's very odd placement. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this, buddy. There we go. We doing this right. I will say for a big ass tornado. I'll hold that thought for a minute. I don't know. That looked pretty. I don't know. Max and Chloe looked pretty accepting and stuff by the end of that ending, don't you think? I don't know. Chloe didn't seem very upset and mad at anything that was happening there. Which yet again, knowing that her mom did die in this whole situation. So I have no idea where all the anger and non-acceptance comes from when they do when double exposure comes coming around. Because yet again, I don't know. Did anyone even pay attention to the endings and stuff of what was going on here? Because I think some of the emotions and some of the stuff was pretty clear on how things were gonna go. So, which also got reinforced when Life is Strange 2 came out. And once you find David and talk to David, and you can see some of the stuff that goes on with Max and Chloe there. So I don't know where double exposure got a lot of its misinformation and mischaracterization of a lot of things that happened. I don't know where any of that came from. Because it's certainly not in this game. It's certainly not in the original game. It certainly isn't in Life is Strange 2 either. So I don't know where any of that came from. Funny, what was it? Note to, also a little note that I was saying about the tornado is, like Warren said, a E6 tornado is coming to the town and is going to like destroy it. But for a tornado that big and devastating, doesn't really look like the town really suffered a lot, doesn't it? Like, yeah, there's stuff wrecked all over the place. But you think with a tornado that size and what's supposed to be like a huge tornado, like, wouldn't you like not see any buildings or anything, like even standing, like at all? So the town doesn't look any worse than when Max was walking down the streets trying to get to the diner. Like, even the diner, because then there, look at it, there's a shot of the diner. The diner still looks pretty much the same from when Max left it. I don't know. Seems like certain people could have been able to survive some of this stuff, to be honest. Because the town doesn't really look as wrecked as you would think that it would be. Also, a big thing to note is initially, while Max and Chloe are holding hands watching the storm approach the town to wreck it, as soon as the storm gets to the town and you start seeing like the buildings and stuff starting to get ripped apart, Max immediately turns away and pretty much puts her face into Chloe's shoulder. So Max refuses to watch the tornado destroy the town, right? Even though we just discussed that it didn't really look like it did as much damage as you would probably expect it to. But the bigger point of character is Chloe here is watching this, is not turning away from the storm and accepts everything that's happening and watches the storm do everything. She watches the whole thing from beginning to end. And she's the only one that completely watches the storm destroy the town. Max doesn't watch it. Chloe watches it. Which is the symbolism behind it is Chloe's full acceptance as to what is happening and the final choice that was made. Yet again, apparently Double Exposure didn't understand what subtext is. So I don't. Also, a funny little visual cue that you could notice in this ending here is as we're doing the shots of the destruction of the city, of the town, right? You have a shot coming up. There's a couple of shots here. You have this shot here of three does on the road. You have one doe here, a younger doe here, and then another doe here. You have 3 does, so three of them. You see it run over to the other 2. And then in this shot, what do you see? 3 birds. You see 3 birds flying through the sky here. 3. And then now you see Chloe's truck driving over, right? And then let's see, come on. You see Max on the, looking at the destruction, and then you see Chloe, but instead of cutting to Chloe's face, the camera decides to focus in on Chloe's necklace, which has 3 bullets on it. So we have 3 does, 3 birds, 3 bullets, and the camera decided to focus in on 3 groups of different things. 3 groups of 3. So, the obvious symbolism of all this is clearly Max, Chloe, and Rachel. The 3 main characters for this entire story, with obviously the common denominator being Chloe that links Max and Rachel together here. But yeah, like I I always found that pretty fascinating of this like three motif of like there's always like a group of three, cause Chloe wears the three bullets. Rachel, her feather earring is three feathers on it. A small white feather, the very noticeable big blue feather, and then behind the blue feather is a little shorter red feather. So even Rachel has the group of three theme going on. Which Max doesn't really follow that trend in this game, but Max does follow that theme in the comic books, because in the comic books later in the comic book run, Max wears a Dreamcatcher necklace that has three feathers on it. So eventually Max joins the party of the three motif. So it's just a weird a funny little reference that that I noticed during the ending of like they're specifically drawing attention to threes, because you focus in on the necklace and then the camera pans up to finally get to Chloe's face. So specifically it was like they're really drawing attention to the three, apparently. Even though within the context of the game, the developers themselves have commented that the three bullets that Chloe wears is also a meta reference to the three times that Chloe gets shot. Which is obviously Nathan in the bathroom. The second one, Depends on You, is during the junkyard thing when Chloe is asking you where to shoot, and then if you shoot wrong, then she accidentally shoots her own self. And then obviously the Jefferson at the junkyard of shooting her in the head. So there's that one. With only one of them being missable, because remember, it depends on what you tell Chloe when she's shooting at things. But yeah, another big noticeable thing is that obviously Chloe is not hating Max for her decision here, because if she did, then why the fuck was she even comforting her before they leave to begin with? So yeah, she definitely hates Max for anything here. And another fun little thing that makes this ending go full circle is, if you notice, the song that's being played, which is Sid Mathers' Obstacles, that song that's playing at the end of this ending is also the same song that is used for the ending of the first episode. So technically, with this ending, the game kind of comes full circle because the game's first episode ended with this song, and then the last episode ends with this song. So it's almost like it's like a full circle moment if you go with this ending. So I thought that was pretty that was kind of like a clever thematic close to bring everything together type of thing. Excuse me. In any case, what we do, so it brings us back to the list. Okay, here we go. Big decision time. Big decision time. Does anyone want to take any guesses on where Max and Chloe are going to end up on this list? So, all right. So, hopefully also I did a pretty good job being trying to be as fair as I can be with my breakdown of Max and Chloe as characters. And obviously, one of the main reasons that Max is able to be like stronger and as outgoing and stuff as she winds up being by the end of the game is because of Chloe. Because without Chloe there to kind of to pretty much like push Max and encourage Max and support her, every time Max keeps like pushing herself down and trying to bring herself down, when Chloe's around, Chloe immediately is pushing Max back up. Is always telling her like stop second guessing yourself, stop bringing yourself down, like stop doing that. And reinforcing like, hey, you're amazing, you're this, you're that, like you can do this, you can do that, like come on. Yet again, Max and Chloe are pretty much like peanut butter and jelly. They make each other better than they are separately. Because the very easiest example is Chloe being there encourages Max to be more like out there, more sure of herself, and more confident and stuff like that. on the flip side, Max being there is what keeps Chloe kind of grounded, more like rational, and like keeps her calm and tries to help and helps her like think things through and stuff like that. So they work they work so well together, and they pretty much cover each of them cover for each other's like flaws, like for whatever flaws that each other has, they both fill in those gaps. And 100% the original game does not work near like would not work without both of them being there. And more importantly, the game would not work without the great performances that Hannah Telle and Ashley Birch put into Max and Chloe to begin with. So without the characters being as well like written as they were, would mean absolutely nothing if you didn't get the right people to perform those characters to begin with. So when you have well-written characters and then you get the right people to perform them, then, you know, sky's the limit as far as that goes. So, with that, let's do the easy one. Bam. I don't think that part comes as a shock really to anybody. Is where original Max is going to land. Cause like, come on. With the amount of character development that she got, the chemistry that she has with Chloe, like there's like is the like does Max have issues? Of course she has issues. It's called character development. You can't have a flawless character and then expect to have meaningful character development from that. That's how you end up with Mary Sue characters that are extremely boring and lack any real humanity of any kind. Like, you have to have a flawed character because you need something for the character to develop from, so that way they have a very clear arc that they go on. So Max is definitely like a huge highlight of everything here. Like, come on. Because if the main character does not work for your story, then it's very likely that your story is just gonna fall completely apart, no matter how good everything else around it may be, if your main character sucks donkey dick, then it doesn't matter. Everything else is just going to fall apart at that point. So kudos to everything, and everybody that went in to Max as a character. And now we get to Max's, how did she say it? Partner in crime. We get to Chloe. And if you've been paying attention to how this list has been color coded, because if you've been paying attention to the color coordination that I have on this list here, I think it's pretty obvious where Chloe was gonna wind up. And obviously, bam, right at the tippy top of everything. And this is also just taking into account the original game. Just taking into account the original game, Chloe is already at the top of the list. If I take everything that happens in Before the Storm into account, and then Life is Strange 2 into account, then all that does is reinforce how I feel about both Chloe and Max to the nth degree. So obviously, I was going to put Chloe right next to her partner in time, Max, here. Because where else would they go? Like, come on. Realistically, if we're being honest, where were they gonna go? Because they are the reason, whether you like it or not, they're the reason this entire franchise has been going for over 10 years. And they are also the reason, and they're the benchmark that every Life is Strange game that has come out before it, that has come out after it, so every Life is Strange game that has come out after has been trying to meet their standard. And some of them come close. Like, as you can see, like, obviously some come close, like Steph and Alex do. And then some fall very, very short, like the Diaz brothers here do. And then even Max herself falls short in Double Exposure with both Max and Safi over here. Which also goes to show how far of a fall Max had in Double Exposure compared to the original game. In many ways, technically, Max kind of regressed in some ways as a character from double exposure, so there is that. Especially when it comes to Max's uh, hyper fixation and her dependence on Safi for whatever reason, which is the biggest problem with double exposure is they didn't sell the Max and Safi relationship was not very well fleshed out, like at all. So that wasn't sold. Unlike the Chloe and Max dynamic, which was sold very well, which makes sense because the final decision of the game is heavily dependent on how well of a dynamic these two had with each other. So, if the relationship between Chloe and Max didn't work, then the end of the game pretty much falls flat on its ass. So yeah, that's how that works. So with that, that is the original. That is the original games. Well, that is the characters from all the games done. So the games are completely done now. So all the characters from the games are gotten. They're all slapped on the list here. So the only thing left now is for, excuse me, the main comics series and the original characters that come out of that and the versions of the characters that also come out of the comics, because we still have Comic Chloe, Comic Max, and Comic Rachel, and Comic Victoria to go with, and then we also have the original. We also have some of the major original comic characters that we also have to talk about, and with that, we will pretty much close out this. We'll close out this episode here because I don't want to. I don't want to start running through the comics yet. I'll save that for the next episode because the main series of comics has 6 books that we have to run through. So we'll save that for next time because we're already approaching, what was it? About 4.5 hours at this point. So as you can see, we definitely have a couple of the main comic books to go through. So we're almost done with the character list. So we just got the rest of the comics characters to go through, which is pretty much going to be easy because we're going to rank we're gonna rank all of these characters once we run through the comic books. So we're not gonna go one at a time and then run through the comic books again, go through their scenes, and then run through the comic book again to do the other character and whatnot. We're just gonna run through it from beginning to end, take everything into account that every character does, and then at the end, we'll just dump them all on the list one by one after that. So, so that's gonna work to close out the character list. And then once we finish the character list, then we have the final list, and that is ranking everything themselves. So ranking all the games as a whole, and all the games as a whole, all the comics as a whole, and then we'll also actually be able to discuss two things that we have not been able to discuss so far in these entire videos, and that is the two novels. So we'll be able to discuss the novels once we get to the final list of putting everything together and seeing where everything stacks up as a complete package. Because right now, all this is the individual pieces. It's how strong the individual pieces on their own are, and then by the end, we bring it all together, and then see what the complete package, where the complete package stands. So, so with that, I will go full screen here real quick. So with that, we will wrap it up here. And there we go. Okay. Making sure that stuff is in the right place. So I would like to thank everyone for watching, and as always, JR here, and I will catch. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Try, right at the end. I hope you. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I hope you all enjoyed the content and everything, and enjoyed the discussion and the breakdowns and all that stuff. And I will catch you all in the next one.